Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever your time zone, ladies and gentlethems, gals and glowfoots, is that? I don't know. I'm workshopping it. Anyway, more main story quest. Yeah, I literally was sitting where I took the thumbnail. Also, interesting that it just, like, lets you sit in these chairs, right? Like, that's nice. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. We are the glue of the foot. Yeah, and like, okay, so I thought a bit more about the like blue sniffers thing, and it's interesting because like the jackalope concept occurred to me as like a VTuber thing. Like, okay, like maybe that's the angle to go for. Like I thought, like I wanted to do like there's a few ideas kind of kicking around in my head on what to do for like an avatar. Um, One was a very like the best I can describe it is if you play Warframe, tech rot, but the good ending, where it's like imagine like the robot from Ultra Kill, excuse me, the robot from Ultra Kill, Chappie, or like, you know, any kind of one of those like, I guess very analog androids, Pathfinder from Apex, but like overgrown with like vines and trees and like integrating nature into it. The other was a jackalope, and the jackalope is an interesting thing. Because I feel like glue sniffers or like sniffers works as like a mascot, and it's so dumb. Like this was a shower thought that occurred to me. It like works because it's because like the noses, right, the nose of like a rabbit, you know, on like a jackalope, because jackalope is a cryptid that's like a jackalope, or it's a jackrabbit plus an antelope, cool animal that's underrepresented. Yeah, exactly, right. Like it's like give me more OCs that are just absolute creatures. And that's kind of the idea. Um but yeah, so I kind of hate that like sniffers slots neatly into that into the jackalope concept. Um yeah. Also interesting. So jackalope is typically spelled Jacka, but you spelled it what is actually probably the more accurate to the portmanteau, because antelope is Antelope, right? But it's interesting because jackalope is Alope, but like that middle A does not exist anywhere, so it's not like a proper portmanteau, but that's the like accepted spelling in English. So yeah, just one of those weird things. Puff of darkness, what? Okay. Also, I need to use all these orchestration goals. Hit. Faded copy out of the labyrinth. Oh, do I have to put these, did mistype, but you agree? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, English is weird like that. And also that's kind of the other thing, is the jackalope, like, jackalope and Sasquatch are probably the two, like Sasquatch is probably the more well-known, but, jackalope and Sasquatch are the two, like, true American cryptids. Which I find interesting, right? Like leprechauns, leshy, or I guess actually wendigos, but that's more like a Native American thing. First Nations, as in. So like not counting First Nations, which admittedly is a bit bad on my part. Mostly not worth holding on to. You need crafters to repair them, and they're very cheap usually. Gotcha. Okay. So I'm just gonna discard that then. Out of curiosity, what crafter repairs that? Because I'm right now, well, I haven't been actively leveling them. I've sort of let it fall by the wayside, but Carpenter, Botanist, and Culinarian are the Disciples of Hand I've been leveling. Is it, like Seamster or whatever that, Alchemy. Huh. Anyway. What? Okay. Apparently I just have a bunch of this, like, junk item. Yeah, all of my inventory is, like, crafting materials right now. Also these, because I started leveling carpenter, and that was apparently a good thing to do. No, I feel like I need more. I'm sort of in a catch-22 where... Oh, alchemy makes ink and such, I see. I'm sort of in this weird place where I don't have enough inventory space to level all of the disciples at hand at once, but it feels like that's the way to go, is to do everything all at once, because they all use materials from each other. But I got into botanist because I was leveling culinarian, and then I got into carpenter because I was leveling botanist. And I think I'm at the point where it's like weaver kind of is starting to creep its way into that as well. Either that or like smith or blacksmith, whatever, because they need metal for like some carpenter stuff. But anyway, the whole point was just to make prisms. And actually, where's my... Nope. L? No, N. I find that every crafter has to get things from each other. Yeah, exactly, right? But like, I don't have access to the market, so... So that's why I have to kind of like level them all together. So I've kind of given up on it for now. Especially since now I can make prisms if I can find my dang crafting menu. Yeah, no, I did have it open. Where is... There we go. Glamour prism. Oh, I just need walnut lumber for that. Okay. That's actually not terrible then. Oh, and then I need the crystals, but those are easy enough to get. Yeah, this was the main reason why I started leveling carpenter, actually. Was just to get glamour prisms. But yeah, I need to go out and get more walnut lumber, apparently. Fun way to level crafters and gatherers with a group of friends who can supply each other, but gotta have friends. Yeah, that unfortunately is a very high bar. Ere I forget, I believe Mombrita has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Asians. Pray inform her that our business with the Yush Guardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I've completed my communications with Crystal Braves. Hoary Boulder. Okay. All done with your talk of dragons. Wonderful, because Asians are next on the menu. Let's head into the solar, shall we? Who has the most fan art out of all of the, like, Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Is it Thancred? I bet it's Thancred. Also, okay, Frost Prime is live. Ishtola, almost for sure. Yeah. Alright, fair enough.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean.
Though I feel like that's when Shadowbringer starts, because I know she plays a big part in that.
I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
So why does Monfilia not have those neck tattoos?
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Asian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void. Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Asian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Asian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Ascian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White aurosite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white aurosite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals.
Also, I see your message about the neck tattoos. I'm
While
just
they are certainly
listening to the dialogue.
remarkable, They leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around, on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Okay.
Give me a bit more credit. will
So
you?
we're ether
Why would we
fracking.
need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
That's why we lure the Ascian to them.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea.
Yeah, that sounds risky, Tesla.
I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
Is this a leading question?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum. During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength.
You're welcome.
Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Kostrom's Sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end, they have their
I feel like it
sights
should
set
be
upon a
Castrum
cerulean
Kentry.
processing plant.
Because don't some of them say
Having
Kenturian?
lost the Empire's support, the 14th
Anyway.
Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
That's exactly what he's trying to do.
Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arsians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alfino. We could hardly refuse you.
Also, I just
Pray,
realized
join the crystal braves and lend them your support.
Mm.
Thancred and Papalymo shall accompany you.
it's entirely possible Minfilia does have those tattoos. It's just hidden by her clothes.
Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moonbreeder. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white orosite.
Thank you, Arianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Alright, so tattoos are given to the graduates, archons of the Charlayan colleges. Most of the scions are archons, but not Filia. So, I mean, yeah, Minfilia doesn't have the tattoos, but, like, it could conceivably be hidden by, like, the neck around this, like, weird halter top thing. I don't know. Anyway. Oh, right, I was gonna review the... That was a long... Okay. I need to review some of this. So our hopes. Use something desired. Portability. Sorry, I'm reviewing the dialogue because there were a couple lines I missed in there. Critical moment. I don't think I really missed anything there, actually. I was glad for the review, though, honestly. Like, genuinely, it was nice to, excuse me, go through the exposition of, like, Ascian Souls, Ether, and all that stuff. Not that it was particularly, like, transient lore. Like, it actually kind of made sense and stuck with me, but it's just nice. Like, I understand, especially because this was sort of the beginning of a new patch, that it might have been a long time before or since people had like reviewed the lore. Forces there with a lighter heart knowing you go to support the front lines. Yay! Specifically the orphan child of the previous leader of Ul'dah who died at the beginning of 1.0. She's formed the Scions with the help of Louis Soir. Yeah. Gotcha. Hori, hello. We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Fulamin travels to Ul'dah, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I go to contact certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations, threatened by primals and troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see. Magic systems explanations. I love the magic PowerPoint slides. I mean, I like how they, I like particularly the presentation where the characters are, like, walking in and out of the quote-unquote slides. That actually was, like, a cool presentation bit that they did. If past events have taught us anything we know, or it must present a united front, or we shall fall. I'm proud that she might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but as a colleague. Colleague with influential connections, but I fear Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. Bah, woe betide the blackguard that so much glares your direction, milady. I'm kind of standing here like, hey, who are you people? I remember them vaguely, but... yeah. Also, who... yeah. Who ever gets an offhand? Gladiators, paladins, I imagine. Is there a vendor where I can repair my stuff here? Looks like over here. Maybe? Literally just paladins get offhands? Okay. That's disappointing. Yeah. No, I know Disciple of Hand... Disciple of Hand... Disciple of Hand... Disciples of Hand, excuse me, get offhands. Commander Levier sent word that you becoming a veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can't handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Amal Jah. Returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Rabon's push. Such a force is likely only interested in one thing, getting their hands on the resource found here at the processing plant. Garleans could begin marching on us at any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter-strategy. Disciples of Hands need to feel these monk hands. Yeah. In the meantime, I'll inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. Private Vode, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen, you see, have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. Sorry, had to yawn. I had my sappers take a closer look, and our worst fears were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design, no less. But by my order, the Flame stationed here are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. Lieutenant Adelstein wishes to share a report with you concerning the Garlean's movements. We've been keeping a close eye on the Garlean garrison, and it would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance report that just came in, the squads seen leaving the Castrum are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount a swift assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They've decided to take to the field to meet this assault head-on. I've apprised your fellow Scions of the situation, and I'm heartened to know they will be that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alien, and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffensive. Glad to have you with us, Aden. As I'm sure Lieutenant Adelstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force to Castrum Meridianum. Their main column assembles to the north near Dalamud's Talons, but we have also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. Hey, it's the boy. They wish you to rush forth and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the detached force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Captain Ilberd. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at its disposal, the Fourth should have little trouble contending with aught the Garleans might throw at them. But even you cannot be everywhere at once. The Third was getting restless, holed up in Ul'dah, so I marched them out here to fill any holes in the plan's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. Reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. Aye, 'twould be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. There are no objections. The Scions shall join the Fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the Third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuhaze. His scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. Pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Scion. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around. Wonder why. And victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. Now, this detached force we've been sent to eliminate has split into smaller squads. The better conceal themselves with the terrain is within the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. And, seeing as you're an army unto yourself, why thank you. I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when your task is done. Happy hunting. Indeed. Is this still a level 50 quest? It is. Just for funsies, I'm going to slap on Red Mage set. Oop. I forgot that this was a part of the gear. Which, I admit I don't know why this is a part of the gear set, but... Oop. Oh, am I fucking getting stunned? Uh-oh, this is not working out as well for me. I'm gonna die. Yep. Okay. That did not work out so well. Do you not have healing at 50 red mage? I don't remember what it unlocks the healing spells. Good question. I just don't play a lot of red mage. So this side is all my cooldowns. Oh, I see. Okay. I was also misunderstanding some of this. So these actually have the same cast time as Jolt, so I want to use them to prime... Target it. Oh, these are also same cast time, but this one... Okay, so for AoE, I want to do the inverse of... I see, okay. First healing spell is 54. Okay. I'll try this once again on Red Mage. So get out of here. This is a Chocobo crew. Scatter can be cast immediately. Black mana by 7, white mana by 7. Okay. And I'm gonna back the hell up. Actually, first, let's... Where's the target's physical surecast? Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much of a choice. It's also possible that, like, because this is basically just the starting gear. Yeah, anyway. This is basically just the starting gear, as where I've actually been, like, pretty continually upgrading Monk. Also, I'm, again, much more familiar with Monk. Oh, wow, that worked. Okay, neat. Gonna engage these guys from a distance. Okay, gonna wait for my health to recharge. Let's see. Oh, I see. That's just my instant. So where's MP? Ah, okay. So I can sleep them and then just single target some of them down? You seem grim, Scion. I'll take that to mean between us, more than a few Garleans won't be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another one of those Magitech horrors. It is time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I'll contact the 4th and let Lieutenant Alian know the west is now clear. I would appreciate if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Stone flower. That's what it is. Because Edelweiss is literally just white flour, I think. Or maybe it means something else. I don't know. I know Edelweiss is a kind of flower. Because right, like I've watched Sound of Music. I'm not some not Luddite, cretin. Anyway, some uncultured swine, I guess. But then, you know, Stein is stone. So flower stone is, but that assumes Adel is flower. I don't know. Anyway, what news of the Garleans? Their raiding parties are no more then. Excellent. The Amagina engineers would be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in any immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alian has reported a sound of victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to other duties. All but one, that is. The Rogadin lady with the large axe, 'twould appear she has chosen to remain at the site of the battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Thanalan is no place to wander alone, even for a capable sort such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check on her before we continue on our way. Wait, she looks pretty different from Merlwyb. Is Merlwyb not Rogadin? Is she Hrothgar? If that's the name of the, like, lion people. Merle is a rogue, but she's got a unique model for whatever reason. I mean, I don't mind. She certainly stands out.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Banger line.
I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it? Aye, That ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. A few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade.
You're gonna have me do
Not
it.
sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
He senses me. A useful talent.
Midgard Summer? Oh no, the Ascian.
An Ascian? Are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath.
Man, fucking incel attitude on this guy.
Let
Smile
me
more.
my words to one
Fuck
who
you.
understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken.
Those are always dangerous words.
Now is the time to claim the staff.
Okay, what staff?
With it in my grasp,
Obviously evil
I
voice
shall
man. I acted in
rise
self-defense,
above them
really.
all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
Am I supposed to know what that staff is?
What did that bastard want with us?
He's yapping about some kind of staff.
Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious. But this staff, you say
believe they
just
explain
talking
it.
about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day.
Okay, so I'm not supposed to know based on this
Must
dialogue.
be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
Oh, the broken staff that's hung in, like, the picture frame at the Rising Stones. Gotcha. Alright. A little bit more... Yeah, let's do a little bit more Red Mage tomfoolery. Alright, anyway. Yeah, that's the thing, my gear level for Monk is lower than my gear for Red Mage. No, anyway, I think it's just because my level's higher that I tend to do better. Oh, right. Oh, no, it was higher. Update the gear set. All right. Return to the Rising Stones. Also, after the like midstream break, I'm definitely going to go on a tangent about Borderlands. I just want to talk about Borderlands 4. That's it. Because they have the skill trees for all the characters released now. You're here. Master Louis' staff is kept in the solar. Quickly now. Also, I looked into acting classes online, and unfortunately the time slot for all of them is always when I'm in work.
You too.
Which sucks. So I can't even take acting classes for like voice acting.
You were able to divine my intent.
Not difficult, dude. You literally monologued your
but that
plan.
Name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull and quite incapable of barring my entry.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know. Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
That was an intended pun. That was an evil pun.
The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
Man, everyone's talking about stuff I don't have any clue about. I know it'll get explained, but... Oh, that was a good delivery.
Moonbreeder!
No.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? But I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
Yeah, she did.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed?
Rejoining of the realms, I'm gonna guess.
Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings.
Go figure.
How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
He won't hesitate to kill you.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Why does Elidibus want to keep Minfilia alive? I mean, she has some connection to Heidelin. She has the echo, so that's probably part of it.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Oh. Most difficult trial in all of ARR. I hope that's sarcasm. Although then, I'd say Ifrit was probably the most difficult so far. Maybe Titan. Garuda felt surprisingly easy. But then again, I don't think I've done... I think Leviathan... Or like some of the harder Leviathan modes. Forget about me. Go. Listen, I'm literally stuck here for 10 minutes. The least I can do is give you some medical treatment. Most parties fail at least once or twice, I find, even today. Okay. Alright, I'm going to review the images you sent me. Move out of the Rising Stones. Alright, universal markers. I imagine, yeah, don't stand in bad. Yep, that's a very clear one. Friendly AoEs will be blue. Dive bomb for the dragon or whatever, they'll be slamming itself into you or breathing a line of whatever element. Tethers. Okay, distance tether tells you to, distance tether tells you basically to move away. Okay, gaze. Stack gaze. Line. Oh, okay. Stacking triangle. Need to stack on at least one player with this mark. There may be some minor damage tagged to it. Okay, so I actually didn't really know much. Oh, hi. It's a joy to see you. And you've been here the whole time. While I've been just, like, looking at, random... I've been looking at random AoE images. That's basically it. Anyway. Yeah, and this is why I want to get a tank job. So that I can just, do tank things. Oh, hey, you're 58 on Marauder. Nice. Or Warrior, I guess. Marauder is the base class. As long as you don't get easily stressed by the responsibility. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing. As I had said earlier, it does sometimes feel like babysitting. Which, yeah, can be stressful. But yeah. For now we punch. Or just one. Isn't that your Reaper? No, that's your Monk. Okay. Not someone just running by on a motorcycle. Robot Bunny Reaper, yeah. No, Valley goes hard on the fashion. They know what's up. Yeah, I mean the tech scythe is like automatically cool. Very hard to beat that. Oh, it'll even follow you around. Interesting. Alright. Let's see about... Oh. Okay, yeah, that was getting a bit disorienting. Is that one of the... That's one of the Fall Guys mounts, isn't it? The Great Serpent of Ronka. What are you, Gunbreaker? Nope, that's a Viper, then. Yep. Not me mistyping. But yeah, I have like 1,000 more health on So I guess I can start eating some of the food. Oh, can't eat while I'm sitting down? What is this? But yeah, I just have it. Wait, do I have... Oh, I have 2 walnut logs. Can I craft while I'm here? Right. I would need to put on my carpenter fit. Sitting has always been a pet peeve. Yeah. I need to just go get more walnut logs so that I can make prisms. That is a nice fit, though. But yeah, I'm gonna set up the kind of while this is going on, I'm gonna be setting up the window for Borderlands, like skill tree kind of stuff. It's just like give me a minute. Oh, Q-pop. It's quite the predicament. Wow, that's a lot of DPS and healers who joined all at once. Yeah. Wonder who it could be. The brightness on this is kind of borked. Oh, there's another monk in the party. Okay. Yeah, so don't stand near him right now. There's a couple of other things. Need to... Okay, they were intercepting those. Ooh. Okay, where are the shadow sprites? Okay, just still keeping an eye out for anything else that is going to be going on in the arena. Probably should have popped that cooldown earlier. Nope, not charging in like that. I know there's a symbol for, like, tank swapping. Or at least I feel like there is. Just kind of running around making sure everything gets intercepted. Hello. Okay, I don't have another chance to tank one of those just yet. Oh shit, I'm gonna... Okay, yeah. No, need to increase the healing potency here real quick. Ah, I should have used the debuff for that. You're gonna line AoE now? Do I have time to... Yeah, maybe I do. Hopefully he didn't just dodge that. And I just wasted that. No. Yeah, I pulled an oopsie. I thought I was safe when he, yeah. I got overeager. I never hitting the LB3 again. Eh? Oh, I had a dot on me. Maybe fine, these guys seem pretty good. As usually saved for this part of the fight, you couldn't have known. Yeah, that makes sense. Have to eat the meteors. Yeah, I did eat the meteor. I just took, like, DOT. Save that LB for terror. Yeah. One tank only. LB shadow ad. Pray your healers can keep up. Hmm. Okay, so physical, excuse me, physical vulnerable. Oh, okay, I'm standing too close to that. Need to, oh, hello. You need to die. Okay, I solemnly swear not to LB. It's often skipped with LB so tanks don't know how to absorb meteors properly. I see, I see. For the balls, everyone needs to absorb them alternating order. Yeah, that's what I figured with the vulnerability it was trying to get me to do. Vuln will start hurting bad if you take the same ball in a row. Yeah. No, yeah, that one was actually, like, pretty well telegraphed, I felt like, once I started actually reading. Yeah, and, like, we're not failing a damage check, so honestly, DPS LB is not worth. That said, cool to see the animation. I'm kind of glad I did it for that, even if it was a bit trolly. Couldn't have known. Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's like, I feel like I had too easily written off tank and healer limit breaks. Okay, I was way too close to that. What the hell? Nope, don't want to. Kind of need to take this one. Okay, not taking another magic one. Physical I can take. Nope, nope. Ah, goddammit. Those have such a large AoE, what the hell? Okay, the paladin's gonna get the meteors. Duration of all current enhancements has been extended tenfold. Oh, that's actually sick. Now Briella said F you, Shuck. Yeah. Yeah, you can't get all of the meteors yourself. Oh! I'm gonna die here. Nope, okay, we're good. We're good. Gonna give some increased potency. Nice, okay. Assuming there's not a phase 2. Yeah, and of course he just freaking disappears because we can't fully kill an Ascian yet. Pretty lucky. Yeah, no, I quite like it though, as a result. Definitely the most interesting of the trials. Oh, hey, Mumbreed is still kicking.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
And he's back already.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine. Until next time, scions.
Moonbreed is gonna die.
There will be no next time. This is the
Oh,
end.
we're doing this? Okay. If we lose the white Orosite, though, we're done. So.
What trickery is this? No. No. Cannot. No.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, we have... kind of convenient that the staff just allows us to do exactly what we need it to do. Come on, don't fumble.
Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the blade of light.
I'm trying to concentrate here, woman.
Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me. I shall make you pay for your insolence.
Oh. Oh no.
Please, Mother Heidelin, hearken to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
Something about a pact. We still don't know the nature of the pact with Midgard Solmer.
Only we had a bit more ether.
Come on, Moonbreeder.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You damned old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
I mean, she was dead anyway. She got ether stabbed through the stomach.
What? No! It cannot end! I am eternal! I am immortal!
And we're gonna pass out.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
I mean, also part of the team, though, was we added Dark Knight, so we had someone who had definitely done this before. Assuming they didn't skip straight to Heavensward.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
Well, he probably does now.
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louis Soir gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe. Torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered, and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louis Soir I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louis Soir hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louis Soir's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
Nah, she said she understood, though. So it didn't sound like it.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louis Soir's will before the end?
Yep.
The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh,
The music here is great.
my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Asians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
Yep.
My
I think we're close to the end of 2.5 then.
I will warn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
So we have the Waking Sands, the Rising Stones. What's next? The Upward Crystals. Stand to up the game volume? Okay. There we go. Let's see if that helps. I do need to, like, dial in specific game volumes. Let me know how this game volume is. I haven't done a sound check on stream in a good while, honestly. Never ever seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. Yeah, we shall gather in the Charlene Manor to celebrate Moonbreeder's life and mourn her passing. I don't know which one I want. As Moonbreeder was a native of Charlene, I feel it is only fitting we gather before the mark of the scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? 'Tis a monument found at Rathfrost, and is sacred to Thalia, guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to balance, like, the game volume against my voice volume. But I'm, like, checking levels and just making sure that mine is at least, like, 10 decibels above the game volume. But I don't know if that's, like, a good heuristic to use. But yeah, always, please, let me know if, like, some of the volume feels off or could be improved. It is welcome. I don't have terribly much time to review the VODs, honestly, so it's kind of hard for me to judge. Been listening on and off due to work meetings. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm also getting feedback from Valley through Discord DM, because why they aren't in YouTube chat is their choice, I guess. But yeah.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser,
Ah, Valley doesn't have a
But I was
YouTube account.
not.
That makes sense.
and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
I see now, though, why you're saying the story gets good now, because they're actually, like, using visuals. They're using visual storytelling. Finally.
Life for death, a fair exchange.
Actually, that might be the same voice actor as Darth Sion. I'll have to check that.
Other bargains will be struck.
It's a prepare for consequences ass line. I mean, these are, I would hardly even call these cutscenes. These are literally just like being willing to use camera in dialogue. Oh, can't go up there. Okay. Yeah, I will not fault anyone for not making a YouTube account. That is a valid choice. Yeah, kind of hard to fault people for that. I do enjoy the engagement, of course, but, like, I'm not going to demand it. I think there's enough people out there that I can reasonably reach. Otherwise... Like, if one person makes or breaks my algorithmic appeal, then like I didn't deserve it in the first place. Is kind of the mentality. Like if you've seen that Futurama thing where it's like, if you can't move sandalwood, you don't deserve this industry or something. When it's like they're trying to get Bender to sell like soap or whatever. It's like, if you can't move sandalwood, you don't deserve to move. Valley is too powerful for YouTube. Yeah, no, they would break YouTube chats. Also, that's part of why I want to stream on Twitch, is that people may have, like, Twitch accounts, but not YouTube accounts. And I know that Twitch has, like, lower reach, but the moderation there is just better. Moderation, the tools, the fact that you can have GIF emotes, you know, there's better TTV, there's just a lot more support. Though we've all said our farewells, the pall of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as an antecedent, 'tis my job to be the pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Valley's about to tell me that they don't have a Twitch account, I'm gonna guess. See them typing in Discord. Yet I also believe the grief we feel is now precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree, Auden? I do. Feel a juicy Twitch collab? I do actually want to join my friend Swiper, because we used to play Borderlands together when we were both in school. When Borderlands 4 comes out, because he will no doubt be playing it. But I don't think he knows that I'm streaming now as well. He's a great artist, though. It is as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louis Sois, Moonbreeder, our fellows at the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost so long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. Look, it's okay to cry every now and again, Minfilia. My apologies again, Aden. There is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. My steadfast neck muscles, you mean? Okay, maybe not the best time for that joke. Oh! To honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. End of patch cutscene? Or are we not quite there yet? Minfilia has a request to make of you. Have you a moment, Aden? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you were to lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Also, the thing is about the game volume is that I'm, like, speaking quietly. I need to be speaking at more fuller volume so I'm not, like, straining my voice, but, yeah. Anyway. Because, like, talking quieter does actually strain my voice, because it's the whole, like, whispering thing. But, yeah. I'm trying to do more, like, vocal exercises and stuff. Make sure that my endurance is up. Because then I can also, like, do longer recording sessions for, like, audiobooks. Oh, so we're at 2.55. Great. Cool. I know that there's, like, 18 more quests or something. But then we get to Heaven's Ward. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just so hard, you know? Thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and, well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Rathfrost. And to say nothing of my appreciation for you, Dracnus, being here as well. You have been today's only chatter. Congratulations, you are today's #1 chatter. You are also today's only chatter. Viewership will come. It's very much a, if you build it, they will come. Plus, like, this isn't just going to be a Final Fantasy stream channel. Like, I want to do other things. I just need to do a bit more work on the back end to get things presentable before I start doing them. What can I do for you today? Adventure? Eldritch Trinket to trade? And I've got you running errands now? Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of Eorzea to the bleeding market. Hey, I like going to the farmer's market. Fuck you. Anyway, what was it here you pick up? Moon Daisy, was it? Just wish you could join more often. Able to make these because I'm still recovering from oh, right, yeah, you had the nose, or like the nasal surgery. Be nearly as interactive. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, again, like, lurkers welcome. And even if not, like, it's the whole kind of thing of, like, part of the benefit of live streaming this is I get to record kind of all my reaction and stuff to main story quest. And I need to see how it affects stream. I think we're going to start getting more experimental with, like, just how much I'm doing on stream in terms of, like, recording. Because I have, like, a few terabytes of storage space that I can save for recording. And so I want to be able to record and stream so I don't have to... like, download the VODs off of YouTube, and can instead just use footage from this, but then also use different audio channels, like, get all the audio channels set up such that I have, like, my my VO track, or not my like, you know, the like, the live microphone is just going to the stream, but not to the VOD, so I just have, like, gameplay B-roll to pull on whenever I need to. But yeah. If she ever decides to place that dowdy old mask of hers, gods knows she needs to. Yeah, I can see why she didn't come to you. You're kind of being a dick, Rowena. Lots of benefits recording locally, for sure. Exactly. But yeah, like, kind of get a lot of the bells and whistles going. Yeah. Fuck you, Rowena. We all hate you and your stupid scripts. Yeah. Wait, is that what she does, is sells scripts? I'm kind of confused. It's just like, the lady's in mourning, you know, Ida's in mourning, and like, you're being like, yeah, her mask is kind of shitty. And it's like, damn. Rowena can be so annoying. She'll just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a round rubber room. There was Rowena in there. Round rubber Rowena room. Round rubber Rowena room. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. Endgame farming resources. Rowena is the Bezos of this world. Oh god. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyway, let's see it. Also, having all of that in the background is actually fucking stellar. I want, like, a bit more higher fidelity out of this, but I'm not... I think I have my settings turned up to max. That somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
I think, honestly, the visor's fine. It's the rest of the headwear that I have issue with. I'm sorry, I am low-key taking Rowena's side on
The
this.
song riseth to a crescendo.
Glad I made that title, though. Uh-oh. Let me guess, they're headed for Ishgard.
Is that what I think it is?
Man, they managed to make those screeches, like, terrifying.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
First thing I'm gonna do when I get an automata is set up a command that it's like exclamation chocobo, and it's just the B-movie copy pasta. I mean, not the entire B-movie script, but like the intro, but just Control F, replace B with chocobo. Do. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Munbrida's passing. The loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us no time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthis will soon arrive, and we must hasten to hear her report. Oh, I thought that was a comma, but it was just something on my screen. Okay, conversation. The envoy is here. Lucia. Yep, knew it. Thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I will forgo the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly, you come with news of the Dravanians? Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the central highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. The beasts were ultimately forced into retreat. Our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Kurthis at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the Grand Companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the Grand Companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the Grand Companies. In the event your plea does not receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. Former. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. So do I tell them? Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. 'Twould seem the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Aden. Still more title anyway. Even Warrior Light without the blessing? Yeah, I mean, fair. But it feels a bit deceptive. Oh, hello. So they had inside help, is what I'm getting from this. Or maybe not.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken. Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Wow, so she just undid the wards of Hound Ishgard. That's bad. Oh boy. Nope. I'm sorry, I can't, like... I'm not taking this super seriously right now, it feels like. Just kind of... Like, stakes are raising, but I guess my emotional investment is just not... Like, I'm hyped, but I'm not invested, if that makes sense. I'm, like, pre-invested. Still building up, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that... Like, I'm starting to see the vision. You know? It's the ARR to Heaven's Ward pipeline that is, like, I'm starting to see take effect. Or, like, the Heaven's Ward to Final Fantasy XIV Addict pipeline. Addict is maybe the wrong word, but you get me. Evangelist? I don't know. Seems I was the swifter Auden. You too, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In the Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna find chaos and ruin, but sure. Foundation. We are so close. When I laid my eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. The gates of judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards, if our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. I like the alliteration they're committing to, though. We need not fret over much. There are several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Dyspepsia, if you don't know, is like kind of indigestion. So dyspeptic means he's like having heartburn. Dude stressed out. Heretic scum. How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Okay, cool. It would seem the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies, we chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. And you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at the camp. Sir Aymeric awaits you. How did you not anticipate this? Did you just not know who, or like what Iceheart was capable of? Which, to be fair, kind of hard to gather that, so. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we were bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horchefont would know where Sir Aymeric means to receive us. Reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. Ah, but you did not come to Camp Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and would treat you in the intercessory. Yes, please. Let me in. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alfino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post in Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. Okay. Damn. That's a Dragoon. Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, though I confess, I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. Would have actually been pretty funny had I, like, picked Dragoon for this and then just be like, ah, yes. I know all of this lore. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among Masters of the Lance, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all of the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and thus may contend with any Dravanian. When a character from a job quest appears in MSQ, yeah, exactly, right? Like, don't you meet this guy in the Dragoon job quest? You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. I wonder if the guy from the monk quest will ever show up then. So you are the adventurer of whom they spoke. Level 30 job quest, you see him? Yeah. Well, now that we have been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you all that we have learned of Iceheart's design, and confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault at the gates. It would seem that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanian share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Haldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgar's founding. Aye, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raze the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The Eye itself is secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. One of the first moments where the dialogue you get can change depending on what side content you've done, only gets more prominent as the MSQ continues. Good, honestly. And I imagine it'll replay, or it'll like play the alternate dialogue if you've completed that when you do like New Game Plus of these, and then like in between doing it the first time and the second time you've completed the side content. Yay or nay. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Ah, you can replay cutscenes at in-rooms, that's nice. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Through the endless march of years, the dragons endure. Patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the Great Worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength, and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protections. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle with the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to their lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthis would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthis. That would not even have to draw steel. They would not even have to draw steel. So you're bribing, or extorting us. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. Seven hells. Yeah, this feels like extortion, dude. Like, I get the perspective, and, like, I'll let the past be the past, but, like, goddamn, man. Very well, we will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Very honorable of you, Alphino. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar, allow me, Sir Emmerich. Through the power of the eye, I have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Ah, so it's kind of like a Grey Warden thing. Yeah, fucking love Grey Wardens. I wish that, like, I get why they moved on from them in Dragon Age, and I'm glad that they, like, keep a presence throughout, but yeah, it's just like, ugh, it's cool. Was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. Tough situation for sure. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in a common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. Why is my mouse not working? Oh, okay. We had a momentary freeze. Well, that's the thing. The Inquisition was never meant to be a replacement for the Grey Wardens. The Inquisition, like, to my knowledge in the lore, predates the Grey Wardens. Brief network failure. I mean, I had a whole, like, computer hiccup. My OBS is a bit borked now as well. But the Inquisition was never meant to replace the Grey Wardens. I don't think that was the intention. And like, to be fair, they moved on from Grey Wardens in Dragon Age 2, right? Like, they played a very minor role in Dragon Age 2. Like, you interact with them and one of your siblings can become a Grey Warden. But like, more so the lore comes down to kind of the linchpin of like Grey Warden involvement becomes the guy who becomes the big bad of 3. But he specifically is like a Tevinter Magister that like got corrupted. He's not actually like, and he does like revive an Archdemon, but he doesn't but he himself is like not Darkspawn, if that makes sense. Like, it makes sense why they moved on from it. It's more so, and like, Grey Wardens are cool, and I love them, but it would hurt the world building to remain focused solely on them, right? Maybe you're misremembering the story of Dragon Age Inquisition then, but never finished it. Yeah, honestly, don't blame you. I enjoyed the game, but I think that was because of more of the focus on like action combat. But the open world, it wasn't even the open world that was bad. It was the fact that the hinterlands were so like central to all the involvement that you just kind of spent a lot of time in one area and didn't get to see the rest of the game. Trespasser DLC was excellent. Yeah. That's all I'll say. If we aid the East Guardian in the War of Earth, preparations will have to be made and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make our report to the antecedent. Yeah, so the Inquisition, I'm not sure if it predates the Grey Wardens, but it has like a separate, it has a separate purpose where it's like, its goal is sort of this, it's supposed to be like a unifying paramilitary body, where the Grey Wardens are like an independent paramilitary body that mostly that like are entirely situational. The Inquisition is a bit more catch-all. But the Inquisition's purpose is not to fight Darkspawn. But it does get a bit tiring that they seem to kind of create a new organization every game now. Where it's like, okay, now it's the Veil Guard, you know? And it's like, okay, like, how is this different from the Inquisition? I don't know. I mean, the name makes it kind of self-evident. I think the Inquisition being a bit more ambiguous, though, is a bit unfortunate, but, or, I mean, like, specifically the Inquisition is a, sort of, like, special station granted by the Church in, Dragon Age, as where, Grey Wardens don't exist in relation to the Church.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
I mean, there are only so many ways you can make, hey, gather a bunch of people to unite against a common threat, right? Like, that's a trope in and of itself. I mean, it's what we're doing right now, right? I applaud them for making the effort, at least.
Of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Yeah, I think
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Okay, I don't want to intervene, but I'm gonna comment. I think Dragon Age, in summary, has been going in the way of action RPG really since 2.
Then it is settled.
I think if you wanted to see RPG, like, the first one is really your only choice.
Their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
So I think this perception that Dragon Age is like quintessentially and only ever been a CRPG is just like not true. BioWare has always kind of been an action game format and really only was tied to CRPGs with like Baldur's Gate and KOTOR. And that was more so because that's what computers were able to like handle at the time. Story and progression. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and I think that there are other things that world build a lot better than Dragon Age does. As interesting as some of the elements are, I think that I would be eager to see, like, as a kind of prominent example, I kind of just want to see, like, what, like, Patrick Rothfuss or, like, Brandon Sanderson's takes are on the Dragon Age. Not so much, like, how they would do it, but just, like, literally their critique of it. Like, I want to see, like, an author's critique of the Dragon Age universe. Because there's a lot of stuff that kind of makes sense, but doesn't always hold up. Like, the, like, it feels like some elements of the Kunari, break down upon, well, maybe they don't break down upon scrutiny, but more so that, just, like, underexplored and more so used as a, like, Deus Ex conflict, so to speak, right? Where it's like, they're just like, oh, the Kunari are invading, and it's like, okay, like, why? Like, we don't really get a look into, like, their internal politics as much. I mean, hell, the most we got to look internally at the Kunari was the series that Felicia Day starred in, where she plays Talus, like the Kunari slave who then becomes a temporary companion in a Dragon Age 2 DLC. To make a video game, just pick a word to make a world to make it. I mean, he does want video game adaptations of his work. It's just, he knows, Sanderson, to his credit, knows his lane, which is writing. He is not a game maker. He wants to see his stuff adapted, but his only issue is that the only people who have come to him about adaptations are, like, single-person developers who want to, like, turn Mistborn into, like, sort of a gimmick action game. Not that it would be bad, but just gimmick in terms of, like, they're using the, like, metal stuff as the gimmick, right? And, like, it's hard to see. I think that, I could genuinely see Larian approaching him in coming years to adapt his work. But given that Larian mostly does CRPGs, I feel like you would... I mean, you could do, like, Stormlight at that point, but I feel like there's much more opportunity and development otherwise. But, yeah, gotta get the right team to approach him for sure. Yeah. Now, again, he literally has, like, put out statements on this where he's like, yeah, I'm waiting for, like, the right person to come along and, you know, do the thing. And namely kind of the thing being budget. He does have an idea of, like, how much budget he would want behind certain forms of adaptation. I've bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades would be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of conflict. The small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alpha now. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthus. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. Pray brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. Well, accurate description. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you? She has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. I mean, I'm just waiting for, like, in 3 years when Darrington Press, the Critical Role publishing branch, puts out... I mean, that's the thing. They've also... Sanderson has made, like, Mistborn TTRPG before. Like, that exists. We are rather close to Kurthus, aren't we? And we'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, but we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Aden. I have 101 things to discuss with Slothborn. But, like, and again, like, the whole adaptation stuff aside, I just want to... I want to take another look, because it's been a while since I've visited the world of, you know, the Dragon Age setting, which is interesting where the name Thedas comes from, is the DAS, the Dragon Age setting. Been time limited? Yeah, from what I hear, it's like, okay. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding a room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for the fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presidents on this siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who would answer your call to arms. Hori? Can we get Hori? Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. But yeah, it's been a while since I've, like, taken a look at Thedas, and I kind of want to go through and... As much of a dick move as this sounds, like, poke holes in the world building, or, like, see, like, what can be fleshed out. Spare me your talk of glory and fame. I am not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Okay, well, fuck you too, buddy. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess, but that ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. I need you to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little El Amigo by the name of Wilred was there with the fort that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since, have you? God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilred stopped turning up for duty, them black market weapons went missing from our vault in Ul'dah. So now, of course, half the braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as ye and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing as binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. And that ain't the steady pay. Or that and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilred's a fresh-faced novice, a bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is between you and me, mind, I'm like switching between Irish and Scottish, it's not working out. There's the fact that the lad wanted... I'm still gonna keep at it anyway, though. There's the fact that the lad wanted me to tell you about something queer he'd noticed on the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled upon, and I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. Any road, you've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Aden. Interesting. I was not expecting to get that intervention in there. Shi Aoki. Ooh. Did I miss it? Is it upstairs? Is it inside? Here we go. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons have claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. 'Twas to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I would sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Honestly, yeah. Can be about as good as I expect. But, you know, we've had worse... This is like when we were talking to the Crystal Braves and we were 0-3 and then we got one person, you know? Sometimes it just happens. So Ishgard seeks sell swords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege, these nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. Ah, but I have pledged myself to guard Revenant's toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do, what to do... It's a solid maybe. Try again and again and again. Honestly, good life advice from Final Fantasy XIV. I guess, yeah. Sell me the blade. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd say me fair share. I'd slay me fair share if the coin was good. I worked for one of them knights before, you know. Watched me just like a bloody hawk, you did. Still, I'd put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Okay. So we got one. There you are, Aden. Did you sway any hearts? One, maybe two. One or two, eh? Well, added to mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slaffborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one of Revenant's toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights in the least. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting that I almost forgot. There's been word from Alpha now. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah, or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you in the Royal Promenade. Alright, I think I'm gonna break here. Let's see, I want to go to the Alchemist Guild? Chamber Rule. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break here. I'll be back in like 15 minutes, just need to get some food. Aha, I returned. Okay. I did say I was gonna go on a Borderlands tangent, but honestly, since I only have about an hour left, I think I might just try to finish this up. I'm gonna see how much longer there is. Yeah, let me check how long there is in the MSQ real quick. Seventh Astral Era main scenario quest. Hmm, 16 quests in total? Maybe. We'll see. Should be interesting. Alright. Yeah, we're about 4 quests in out of 16. So I don't think I'll be able to finish it today, but we'll see. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted the gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we? Please be voiced, please be voiced, please be voiced.
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Braves' intervention.
Uldar has not.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
But you won't aid us.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
I'd forgotten about him, honestly. But yeah, he is kind of a menace.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes. The free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
And why is Ishgard not at the
My duty
meeting?
is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Yeah, we're just going along with it. Why not?
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard.
Oh, didn't expect Rabon to be coming through.
Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
I mean, Alphino definitely rides the reputational coattails of Louisoix.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
He does live up to it, but like that's why he's able to garner the initial support, for sure.
Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Also, hopefully my eating noises didn't come through too much. I'm looking at the levels, and I don't actually think I have a noise gate on my mic right now. In fact, let me check. Filters. Nope, I have no noise gate on. There are no auxiliary effects on my microphone. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horchefont and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as Eorzea's guardians. Yeah, we'll see how long this takes. Captain Ilbert, what news? And the assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I'll join you as soon as I am able. Aden, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marcelin at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Alright, they're really not letting up on the pace here. No, Ishgard and surrounding areas. There we go. Yeah, always happy to see him roll with, though. Always a welcome sight. Maelstrom is this Stalestrom. Nah, I don't know. I'll work on it. They changed it since they... Oh, it's a solo duty. You are the appointed captain of Sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Oh, also it appears getting food clogged my sinuses a bit. Don't know how that works, but anyway. I think I also wasn't paying as much attention on Red Mage. But I guess the level difference does provide quite a difference as well. Oh, hello. I also have stuff like Second Wind and Bloodbath to help me out, so, you know, not for nothing. It'll let me go up here, right? Okay, cool. It does let me go on the bridge. Also, this wasn't the bridge I fought Gilgamesh on, right? That was a different place. That bridge, this bridge looks very different from the one I fought Gilgamesh on. Oh boy. Gilgamesh Bridge was southwest here. I see. Second wave. Hey, buddy. Southwest. Oh, is it in Mordona? Anyway. I need to have something. I need to start putting YouTube chat in my OBS window. There is a way to do that. I just haven't. I'm just bad. What news, adventurer? The reinforcements? Decimated, you say? To shreds, you say? Dravanian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, sir. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Sir Marcelin wishes to prepare you for the siege of Ishgard. Okay. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lie the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layer, that thrice-damned witched Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to these parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Immortal Flames? Oh, no, the silence, hey! Scions of the Seventh Dawn? We could not well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go all against that Master Louisoix has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into two groups. Ida and I will join the rearguard. Right, if the dragon should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray, speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. Alright, solo duty time. I trust you are ready then? Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. Yeah, cool. Oh boy. Also, this was not the size of the bridge in the overworld. Your fury into your heart and defend this bridge with your life's blood. Guard ready to cannons. Dark Souls ass bridge. Oh, hello. I don't need the exact combat log, at least not here. Oh. Oh, wrong button.
To me.
All right. Very classic D&D, just be like, ah yes, I am hurting this thing by punching it. I mean, that's part of the fantasy. Is that you get to know... Okay, we want to spread out for this one. barriers collapse. Destroying the first ward of damage from the scholar. That's not good. Fall back and help the others guard the ward. Okay. Damn, this is cool. I haven't had an experience like this in a video game for a while, I do like how it manages to sequence the attacks. That's actually a really cool bit. I mean, like, a lot of bosses have it, but this particular one is cool. This is gonna be long. Fall back. Ida and I have matters well in hand. Final ward. I don't think we're gonna make it, but... Oh boy. Also, I forgot to always be casting. I've been forgetting to always be casting so much in this. Not so quickly, what the fuck? Probably could have used my CC immunity there. Man, how I wish I had an interrupt. The bishop before the knights lose their resolve. Yay. No pressure. Is the ward... How is the ward... Oh, I see. Okay, the knights are literally just guarding, face tanking the flame. Stun works on more enemies. Yeah, like... Well, that's the thing, is that other games like WoW and SWTOR will have a dedicated interrupt that will work on mobs that can't be stunned. And notably also will work on, like, players, so for, like, PvP purposes. Yeah. But yeah, having stun just like act as an interrupt to more, and like interrupts themselves would have like a 10-second cooldown, something that's not actually that long. And granted, some like boss abilities just would be uninterruptible, but it's nice for like mini bosses and such. But like it just adds like another facet to the fight, so. Tanks and range DPS do have that exact kind of interrupt. Okay. Melee doesn't have them. I see. Okay, so I just haven't encountered them yet. So both magic and physical range DPS have them then? Dragons, they're withdrawing. Victory is ours. Yeah, but all the wards are shattered. Magic does not. Okay. So only physical range DPS. Interesting. One of Needhog's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Needhog? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Mayhap you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Needhog, and only your death will sate my lance. That's actually cool as hell. It's generally the tank that is expected to handle them, and you can tell what is interruptible by the name of a cast bar glowing bright red. I see. Whew, okay. Steps of Faith done. Aden, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal braves were not found wanting. Okay, but there's still more to come. Commander Leveilleur, Aden, true to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled. and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And, mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians, and the Empire. But, step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. In the Volkswagen van? What kind of van is it, Alphino? Tell me, what is the van? The victory of won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Ul'dah, and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Minfilia in person. We will see to informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Minfilia. Rising Stones. Sorry, I'm messing around with the windows, that's why the frame rate's dropping. Anyway. Aden, welcome back. Alphino sent word of the siege, and of course of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Aden. Thank you. Minfilia seems loath to put you to further trouble so soon after your last great exertion. It's much better as a solo duty than a trial you've concluded after watching me play it. Well, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, part of it is just like matchmaking, as well as like you kind of get to experience all of the people there. Like, it's nice as a trial, but I feel like the urgency of the situation really does call for it to be a solo duty. You must be weary, Aden. And now may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. Story-based mechanics also work better when other players aren't being relied on to time things properly. Yeah. Royal Seal. Curious indeed. Yeah, the Sultana is dissolving the monarchy. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem that we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege. You, for your valiant efforts as commander of the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such a celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce time to mourn Moonbrida, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist you must also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Tataru, if you'd do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Get this woman a union. Curious. I've never known Tataru decide such a quest. Could aught be amiss? So close to the big finale, about 2 hours to go. Won't be able to make it today then. We'll have to save for another day. Couple smaller quests before the big cutscene, though. For Lamin, have you seen Tataru? Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think of it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Okay. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping as well that as I stream more, I didn't stream for like 4 months because I was very like insecure about the various imperfections that I had within the stream, right? Like, you know, you're just watching gameplay right now. The thumbnails are okay. I'm proud that I did them, but they're not like revolutionary, right? Oh, hello. And I want, like, more ability to do things within OBS. And also, like, the noise filters. But I'm hoping that instead, by putting the streaming first, I can actually, like, motivate myself to do these things. We'll see. We'll see how it all works out. Oh, Aden, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing, really. Well, it's not nothing, exactly, but it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Aden. I'm glad we had this little chat. Yeah, sure. Sure, buddy. Trying to learn editing myself, but the hard part is anything is just taking time to do it at all. Yeah. No, it genuinely is the, like, just sitting down to do the thing. Like, I'm fine recording when it comes to, like, audiobook and voice acting stuff, as long as I have a project, like, laid out before me. The issue is getting to that point. Like, I have to, like, rack up, like, a bunch of auditions to make it feel worthwhile to step into the booth. But that itself requires, like, management of deadlines, and I have to edit all the auditions, and it's just... I think a large part of it is... Definitely, like, there are places where I can streamline my workflow, but I don't know exactly how yet. My workflow for streaming is actually, like, pretty well set up. Not in terms of improving stream, but at least for streaming itself. I feel like I have a good system in place that can be improved upon, but doesn't need to be for the moment. Yes, Tataru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Aden made me realize I should maybe bring up the subject too. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest, but I suspect that lying in bed is far from your intent. You know me too well, Antecedent. There is, in fact, something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Is Tataru gonna become a disciple of war? Even Hori, Boulder, and Coltene have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. Consistency is more important than quality early on from what you've seen and you've been managing well these past couple weeks. Yeah, thank you. Right, like that 4-month break I took was not at all consistent. And also, past couple weeks is stretching it. It will be a week since returning to streaming in 2 days. I've been streaming again for 5 days. But in that time, I've streamed more than I had in the past, like, 6 months combined. Because most of my streams had only ever been, like, 2 to 3 hours. So the decision to push to 4 hours seems to be beneficial, at least in terms of, like, getting me used to streaming longer for some reason. Probably because I've been, like, doing a really big thing, what with kind of conquering the final story quests of Final Fantasy, A Realm Reborn. Even Hori, Boulder, and Colton have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I, too, should acquire the power to defend myself, and others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Genuinely, though, the most fun I had streaming was actually the, like, Manderville quests. Partially because of the Manderville quests, also because, like, I got to do some, like, goofy voice acting. Tataru Dark Knight. Tataru Dark Knight. That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. I've never seen Miss Tataru so determined. Has aught befell with which I might help, Antecedent? Ah, not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Ugh. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer, of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. It's gonna be May. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates you provide with a replacement as soon as I am able. My thanks, Antecedent. I take my leave of you. Oh, The power to defend oneself. Tataru has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianger mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I am not alone in my concern for her safety. I need, like, a theme to play whenever I return to Limsa. Because I don't see it never not being my home ward. I guess until I get to Heaven's Ward, but just it being the place of, like, Maelstrom is just too convenient, you know? I think Never Gonna Give You Up. Oh, hey, welcome back. But I need, I don't know, I feel like it would be fun to, because a streamer I've been watching a lot lately is Frost Prime. And he has this alert that whenever he starts playing Spelunky, it's the Lunk alarm. Or it's the Lunky alarm, I guess, sort of like riffing on the Lunk. I'm actually just now realizing that it's probably a riff on the Lunk alarm at Planet Fitness that they all have. That it's like if you make even a slight noise, it like sets off an alarm. But it's like this big like full screen thing, and it's really fun. It genuinely gets me hyped to watch him play Spelunky, even though I have no clue what's going on because I've not played Spelunky before. So where the hell am I going? But like playing Pirates of the Caribbean, and then having a ship sail across as like the transition to Limsa Lominsa. Had to look up this Lunk alarm, but that's very funny. There's so many videos of people just like trolling in Planet Fitness and setting off the Lunk alarm. It's actually great. But Frost Prime is also great, and I highly recommend. And part of the reason I want to stream on Twitch is so that I can raid into other people. Not only like my friend Swiper, but also bigger streamers like Frost Prime, who I also learned in the past few months has been streaming for like 10 years. Which is kind of crazy, but honestly, good on him. But when you raid into him, it plays his theme song, and his theme song is great. Auden, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries was precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru Taru, shall become an arcanist. I missed that because I misclicked. And now, by Miss Thubergeim's behest... Yeah, Miss Thubergeim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. Okay, what did Tataru say she was going to become? Great and powerful Arcanist. Okay, right. Arcanist also... Is it Arcanist that turns into Scholar? I wish there was a way in the menus to view... Okay. Not gonna do that. But I can revisit that stuff. So that's neat. Enmity. Enhancements and enfeeblements. Yeah. Ah, cool. Okay, so I do have the reviews in here. That was actually pretty easy to find. Tataru plays through Arcanist Job Quest, and it's the only class... Summoner and Scholar both. I see. Yeah, kind of sad that they don't have more of those, but I guess I see why. Like, I feel like Gladiator could have turned into either Warrior or Paladin. But, eh. Greetings and welcome to the Arcanist Guild. Do you require assistance? Wait, so does that mean if you start as Arcanist, you kind of like get a jump start on either the Scholar or the Summoner job quest? Right, because you don't have to go through like the base job quest. Tried it with this and then decided it wasn't a design they like long term. Fair enough. I mean, I guess also since future jobs just have you start as the job and you don't actually do the base class first. So you're acquainted with our newest member. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I fear young Tataru may not be ideally suited to the study of Arcanima. Leveling Summoner or Scholar levels both at the same time? Wow, actually, that's huge. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of 3 crates. A simple task, some might say, but one all Arcanists are expected to complete. A thought occurs to me, why not supervise Tataru's training? You're clearly an accomplished adventurer, and given your relationship with the girl, you seem an ideal person to have on hand. Her trial would be conducted at the cliffs south of Zephyr Gate. You need only observe her at a distance. Okay. If I switch to Scholar right now, will it let me do the MSQ still? And then just, like, gain, like, 12 levels from, from this quest? Arcane geometries. Intricate patterns that No, unfortunately. Ah, dang it. Draw forth and manipulate the body's etheric energies. If you prefer an arcane art built on structured thought and precise reasoning, then your discerning intellect may find a home here at our guild. Might you consider enrolling yourself as an initiate? No. You display an admirable measure of self-awareness. The path of an arcanist would be rocky indeed should you lack the requisite intellectual curiosity. I take that as an insult, but I'm not gonna fight you. You gotta be the listed level to accept or finish the quest. I see. So I wouldn't be able to progress MSQ as a Dark Knight then, for example. Okay, I'm just gonna travel back to the main Aetheryte. Which I guess is also partially by design. Nope, wrong window. The moment you can results in needing to level at 20 levels before you can use it in MSQ. Yeah. But, I mean, you can still do, like, the Dark Knight quests, alongside it, right? And you just switch back to your main job. When you do, like, the actual MSQ and then just level Dark Knight as Dark Knight, you know? Like, it's not the end of the world. It's just like, oh, like, you can't use the new thing in the MSQ right away. And, honestly, probably for, like, a week or two, depending on how fast you level. But, yeah. Yeah. Such is MMOs. After Heaven's Word are not locked behind MSQ progression. Really? Okay. Or Azure sees the pirate's port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, came the lass whom none could fool. Beat him with a backdraft, get him with a gust, deck him with a downburst, go, carbuncle, go. Oh ho ho, are those crates I spy? Ah, and this must be the true test, but we're ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle? So what, do you just need to own the expansion and then, like, the quest unlocks? Like, you could be in Shadowbringers and somehow be level 90, I guess, and have access to Viper? Is that how that works? Ah, come back, Carbuncle, come back! Wasn't a very good femme voice, but whatever. I'm working on it, I swear. Are all in the starting 3 cities. I see, I see. But you probably need to be, like, the starting level of whatever the job is. Should have known you'd come, Auden. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. Always 20 levels below the max of the expansion. Okay, that's not bad then. Kind of the expectation being probably that you are at that level or, like, past by the time it comes around, right? Because, like, Endwalker took up to 90 and now Dawn Trail takes you up to 100. So you only need to be 80 to access Sage. No, sorry, you only need to be 70 to access Sage? Is that accurate? Neat. Betrayed by my own comfortable... I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. No, you just haven't found the right class yet. I'll inform Mistress Thubergeim of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Oh, Tataru. Tataru? Whatever. She managed to summon the rarest type of carbuncle on the first round. She didn't realize that? Yeah. Hopefully that gets pointed out. Also, she said she wanted to protect people. I feel like, you know, a tank job would be better suited to that. I will protect those who cannot protect themselves. Immediately blows up. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling Arcanist? Summoner could be a tank? Oh. Abysmally, Mistress Thubergeim, abysmally, as Auden will testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist, wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? Yeah, Tataru's great. You are too kind, Mistress Thubergeim. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. And there were actual strats to use the Titan summon to tank boss instead of proper tank. Yeah, no, I don't doubt it. Like, the idea of a summoner tank is actually, like, I think it's underused for, mostly for the reasons of, like, tanks, summons kind of being a bit jank in whatever you're using, right? Like, I can't think of a single game that has summons or, like, powerful companions that doesn't have a bit of jank, right? Like Warframe, you know, Wukong's clone, Nyx's mind control, Atlas's rumblers, they all have, they're not like perfect and kind of tough to control directly. Mesh well with the rest of the game design, hence why Summoner has been reworked more than any other job. I didn't know that. An interesting bit of trivia. As fetching as the garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. I can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer? Wonderful. Then to Costa del Sol we will go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Girl, you had it. What? The Guildmaster... I get why the Guildmaster maybe didn't tell you. I think she was wrong, but I get why she didn't tell you that you summoned a super rare carbuncle, but, you know, like, come on. Costa del Sol. Fisherman's Guild. But like, kind of as another example aside from Warframe, you know, Guilty Gear. Zato's summon is just like really hard to control, but really powerful if you can manage it. But that's also not specifically a tank. That's more of a fragile shadow. Eddie is risky, but if you succeed, you can put people in the blender, which is fun, and I've never managed to do. You also get to say funny stuff like negative edging. Which honestly, I actually like intuitively understood pretty early on because I'd already come across the concept. Not saying makes more sense when you play the job quest itself. The Guildmaster doesn't actually bother paying attention to her students. Yeah. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle the last time, let us be off. Honestly, I just enjoy Costa del Sol. I like this kind of structure where it's like these wooden platforms, sort of piered like that. I want to go to, I think it's the Maldives for that reason. They have like resorts like that. What fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Every year for summer events? Yeah. I don't have access to the summer event though, right? Or is the summer event already over? Is the Rising not the summer event? Oh, hello. I remember in SWTOR PvP, you could have it such that you would, like, run through someone really quick and then manage to get at their flank for, like, backstab damage. That was actually a really fun dance to do, even if it was a bit annoying because I mostly didn't play the backstabbing classes. But the event ended literally yesterday. I see. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of glad I just, like, stay focused on MSQ for now. Just makes things easier. Also, I need to make sure I transport myself back to Limsa so I can get the rest of XP. Well fought, Aden. Well fought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. So named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they will always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people, in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Vilaman waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. Just a fun obstacle quest and a quest that rewards a bathing suit? Yeah. Will you be heading back to the Rising Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to the antecedent and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Keep it up as an Arcanist, though, come on. Farewell, Auden, and thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about, until we meet again? Yeah, I mean, when I saw that bathing suit that you posted in the Discord channel, I thought immediately about swimsuit Shulk in Smash. Wait. Teleport. There we go. Yeah, I need to go out grocery shopping tomorrow. But I also realized I need to buy fire hydrants. I gave the fire hydrant, or at least like the newest fire hydrant since I replaced it last year, to my friends as a housewarming gift. And I was hoping that they didn't have one, because I gave it to them with like a bottle of Fireball, basically. And so I was like, when it gets hot, or when it gets cold, and for when it gets really hot, was the... But they didn't read the letter, and I was disappointed, because I thought that was a good joke. But yeah, I need to go buy more fire extinguishers for my parents' house now. You couldn't tell Tataru about her carbuncle even if you're an Arcanist yourself? Yeah. Yeah, it's little things like that. Just like, it wouldn't make or break the game, but it would just like make it feel, it would make everything feel more whole. Welcome home, Aden. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Laminsa? My, it sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she hoped, I suspect that it will prove a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I am sorry to say that I have as yet been unable to do so. Now, I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer, and that escort duty is frankly beneath a man of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Hi, Mist. Welcome in. I'm actually about to end, but thank you for showing up. Fun side thing, though, her carbuncle does come up much later as a side quest you can find. Ooh. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Hoary Boulder and Coltene were to act as two such escorts, as was a third adventurer. No, don't persona. Don't persona, Mist. Resist. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to oppose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Auden. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. About to sick your Sona. Yeah. I love how the, like, better TTV emote, or maybe it's 7TP, but God forbid. If you type, like, Persona and someone has 7TV, it's just, oh, why can't I not remember his name? The guy from Peaky Blinders. It's not even a gift from Persona, it's Peaky Blinders. Ah, Aden, is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah! What did I tell you, Coltene? Our misfortune has become a blessing. An opportunity to serve alongside the Warrior of Light himself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route. True, but our mission is the same. Separated by malms we may be, but in spirits we shall be together. If such thought brings you joy, you are welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, Aden, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. He's waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Aden. In spirit we shall be together every step of the way. Let me just check something real quick. Camp Tranquil. At last, the Scion's man designs to grace me with his presence. A pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Islamhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. I mean, the Tatar one is like obvious setup for later stuff, but this is interesting as a side quest. I guess we are examining the effects of primal summoning, so I'm expecting some world building here. And if I don't get it, I'm gonna be mad. I could harvest some walnut lumber while I'm here. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. Alright, bit prickly today, ain't we? Hello. It is interesting, though, kind of on the summoner thing again, about sort of the convergence of game design. Like, I remember when SWTOR first launched, they wanted Jedi Shadow tanks to be like an evasion tank. And there was sort of this, like, division that very early on ended up going away of, like, attacks that could and couldn't be evaded, because I think they realized, and this may be, like, revisionist, but, like, regardless of whether or not it did happen, the reason why something like that can't exist for long is that you end up creating a meta for, like, each boss. And that just is, like, not sustainable because it requires people who want to tank to have, like, all tanks leveled, and is sort of taking away of the fantasy of playing what you want to play. And so, like, while each of the tanks still definitely have different kits and play styles, that fundamentally one is not, like, an evasion tank. They just have, like, different levels of DR. And, like, some tanks are more effective in more situations, but each tank can competently tank everything. Anyway, just a thought that occurred to me. I see we have both completed our respective tasks, a satisfactory outcome. Though, if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick faults, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Now then, Snake Molt awaits, shall we? Don't work well in MMOs, unfortunately, seen in multiple games, but it results in balancing difficulties every time. Yeah, because you need to design bosses around both evasion tanks and mitigation tanks. When, like, it's just as easy, and, like, that, and is what became the flavor, eventually, of Shadow, is just, like, it's all mitigation, just the flavor is different, you know? Like, Jedi Knight, or Jedi Guardian, excuse me, Jedi Guardian tanks, like, theirs is, like, sort of, like, their raw force power. Jedi Shadow or Sith Assassin tanks, it's, like, they're using crafty force powers to, like, get around it, and then Vanguard or Bounty Hunter, whatever the subclass is on theirs, but, like, the tech-based tanks, like, theirs is, like, gadgets that helps them withstand attacks. Right about here. Yes, here. As before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. I don't know why I'm doing the breathy voice with this guy. I'm just gonna eat that. Yeah, like in Final Fantasy, Paladins can reduce damage by blocking with the shield, but functioning ain't much different from other tank mitigation. Gunbreaker has an evade. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I think that that's, like, where it works best. Like, it's sort of the middle ground that everything strikes, right? Like, you see this even in kind of, like, D&D. We're kind of at a point, they just went, like, in 5th edition, they just went, okay, look, you have resistance. Okay. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I am not given to superstition, but there is a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. I will say, one, at least TTRPG that did the whole flavor thing really well was Open Legend. It never really got much popular, but it essentially, like, based your hit points off of either... You had, like, kind of, like, 3 different types of resistance. Like, the, like, reflex, will, and whatever the third kind of save is in, like, Pathfinder or D&D 3.5. But, like, each of those saves scales off of both a mental and a physical stat. And similarly, like, your hit points could scale off of mental stats. And so, like, you could have that, like, having that mechanical integration of the fantasy kind of, like, helped with the flavoring. Same deal. I'm sorry that my punches are so loud. More. Yay. And in the game, they decided to make agility stat tied to dodge chance, which resulted in becoming so strong it's just always the best choice. Yeah. Well, yeah, because, like, statistically speaking, if you can avoid all damage, you actually have, like, a greater return. I mean, I don't know enough about Xenoblade to know exactly, but, like, that's not out of, you know, based on the premise that it's not, like, out of bounds to suggest. You know, it's not absurd to think that, like, oh yeah, turns out dodging attacks is really good. You know? Did you slaughter a creep of adamantoises while my back was turned? Quickly now to Camp Tranquil. I'll not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. You're welcome. You chose to paddle in Ichor, well, a while longer, I take it. No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory data analysis of my data. If I can dodge 70% of all damage, why bother with 30% DR? Well, especially also if DR and evasion aren't mutually exclusive. Like, the issue with the chance, it's about expected value, right? Like, the statistical analysis of it. Where... yeah. I mean, that's long and short of it, yeah, is that, like, if you are dodging 70% of damage, that's as good as 70% DR. You know? And potentially better, because you can evade, like, bigger attacks. Granted, it's still a chance, and so, like, if it is still a chance, as opposed to, like, having some cooldown that, like, guarantees dodging, then yeah. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. You would evade debuff and such too. Oh, interesting. In Xenoblade, resistance is, or like debuff resistance is also tied to agility. Because like I know in like SMT those are two separate stats typically. However, this is data far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. Who better to serve the Scions of the Seventh Dawn than a humble scholar and his faithful assistant? For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's Fount. The attack needs to hit to even have a chance to apply. I see. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now, come along. God, I don't like this guy. I mean, I imagine he's, like, written to be unlikable, but even so. See if it'll let it... No, it won't let us go around that way. Gridani made it just be that way? Yeah. I think I still need to do Amdapor Keep. Whatever the, like, Poseidon one is. I don't know. There's some duty around here that I still need to do. But that's, like, really difficult. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. This will definitely be my last quest before I end stream. Yes, yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the 6th astral era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else? something else. Scion, come here. I need you. It's a little early to start kissing. Oh. Oh no. Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. There you are, Aden. Ori and I were worried about you, and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. One of the Crystal Braves, though. Wasn't that the one who was investigating Wilry's situation? Cut it like a hog, but not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put up much of a fight either. Nary a mark on his sword or shield. I've heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What cause had Wilred to come here? So, okay, so this is Wilred. What should we do? We will see to the scholar's protection, Aden. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Alright. We're gonna finish up this quest. We're on the last step, looks like, and then end stream. And it's actually a pretty good time to do so, it would seem. Because my posture... I'm having to, like... Oh, I mean, you really should, if you're sitting down, adjust your posture every, like, 15 minutes. Even if it's just to a different pose. But yeah. I'm getting an exercise ball that's supposed to be delivered. It's supposed to arrive today. And I'm hoping to have that as like an alternate sitting thing until I manage to upgrade to a standing, or to like a motorized desk. You know, like one of those that like raises and lowers. Aden, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort chafe you so? Try to stand up every 30 at least? Yeah, and you really should. Like, I'm doing a poor job of it, honestly. Wilred? Dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I'll send word to Alphino at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilred's family. Oh, gods, he was just a boy. Who would do this? And why? Money, please. While others look forward to the impending royal banquet, Amphilia cannot help but look to the past. Alright, I'll start this quest. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. People are dying, yeah. Yeah, cool, money, please. Look, man, people die every day. We are coming to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north, fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Failing that, it should at least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested the Dravanians and Dacians both. Against desperate odds we have fought and won. But the primals still plague us and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are, were bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith. And before our eyes in this very room our dear friend Munbrida. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is bitter as ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we may serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Oh, so it's a date? Uh-huh. Alright, maybe an untimely joke. A little untimely joke and, as a treat. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tataru and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. Ryle. Off to the big soiree, Auden. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased, lad. Something on your mind. By the Navigator, Wilred's dead? Gods damn it. They must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. 'Tis past the time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So, I had to dig around. On the quiet like, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffers, courtesy of a Dodo Consortium. Daft name for a business if I ever heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledgers again, and found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. Well, I'll give the bastard credit. He showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody Bribery Consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know as some of them are, I'd wager me right eye they're the ones what did for Wilred. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kinds of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time. But I didn't, gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegi hopes to accomplish. He hid a scheme with all the care drunk pissing into the wind. And you still didn't catch it? No, he's cleverer than this. So we need to be clever too. It's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitors bastards from our ranks. On that you have me word. And Aden, mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah, yeah? We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The kind that'll sweep a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Alright. And that is where stream will conclude. What does the Neil emote do? Okay. Anyway. See y'all in the next one. Thank you for coming. I will be streaming again on Friday. Kinda want to finish this up. I also want to play Hollow Knight. I also want to figure out what to play in terms of, like, leading into Borderlands 4. Because I want to play that. I think that'd be a fun game to stream. Yeah. Yeah, everyone have a good week. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your time zone. Have a good sleep. Have a good snack. Get some water. Get up and stretch. And I'll see you later.